Alright, Twitch is being weird for me, but, and Firebot is being weird, so that's why I put in that chat. But new emotes, whoever's there. So, I'll get out the paint. And we shall begin. Okay. Alright, sorry that took a little bit longer than usual, but Twitch is not acting as it usually does. Okay. Alright, we're painting this reference suggested by Comical Flop. There we go. Well, now it seems to be working. Okay. So, we're doing this landscape. Monet-esque. And we all know I'm better than Monet. We all know. If somebody is there and can hear me, can you write something in chat for me? Just because it seemed to be having issues. Okay, there's Biggs. Okay, that works. Hi, Biggs. Hope you are well. I see the alerts. I haven't seen any messages yet. But I did see the alert. There we go. I'm doing well, Biggs. I can see that. All right, good. Yeah. Can't complain. It's a little busy, but it's no biggie. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So referring to what we were talking about on Discord. So, what's a good example to bring up? Let me go grab a painting really quickly to show you what I wanted to discuss. 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so with McKellen here, the example I want you to refer to here is areas like this, okay? So we have these areas, Biggs, where they're dark by appearance, but it's easy to go too dark on those, but you still need to do, you still need to increase contrast. So if you notice actually that these are more red than the rest of the skin tone, because it actually adds the contrast that you need to like show that it's shaded, as well as being slightly darker, but it's not that much darker than the rest of this, right? So there's other ways to achieve contrast and shadows, right? If we look up here, that's distinctly warmer than the rest of the face, right? So keep that in mind that you could also use other types of contrast to denote shadows to make them stronger, right? Because I would say one thing is, and then notice on the bright spots, right? We only do like a little bit, right? Little marks for light, but when we bring it back, right, it changes how we see the entirety of the area. So keep that in mind that like right now it's like your highs are this high, but you need that little, okay, good. Yeah, you just need that like little extra oomph to denote, like, you know, whether that be a small mark of light as well as a small higher contrast part in the shadows, right? But it's also important that the shadows aren't just like a continuous color of that darkness and contrast. That's for like a smaller area, but that how you see it will like carry over to the rest of it, right? So that's kind of hard to convey in text and words. So I apologize if that was you know, later than you wanted, but and I'm happy to elaborate while I'm doing stuff like that, you know. So if you see me doing something like that, or if I remember when I'm doing it, I'll try and bring it up. Yeah, you're welcome. What I've learned is, especially with highlights, the lightest lights and the darkest darks, is they don't need to be these like large areas. They just need to be a tiny bit, and it makes a huge difference of how you see the entirety of the painting. See, on this, one reason I chose this reference, one, the colors are cool, but there's not very like light lights and dark darks. So it's kind of an exercise in using other types of contrast than light and dark, even though the values are still very important. But this could also be an opportunity. Yeah, this could also be an opportunity to put some, painterly influence on areas to make them stand out more, right? Like, where I think maybe, like, if I were to go a little bit lighter in some small areas, maybe it will add to how we view the entirety of it. So that's mainly why I picked this, but I liked a lot of these. I liked a lot of the references that people put up there, so I'm probably going to do at least, like, 3 of them. So yeah. And thanks, as usual, for being around, Biggs. Always enjoy your company. All right. So we also added 2 colors. We're adding 2 colors to our palette to make things easier and to also make stronger pinks and oranges. So this is Pyrrole Orange from Williamsburg and Quinacridone Magenta. So magenta, the reason why I picked this is it's something that we can't make with our red and blue on its own. And no, not by much. Like, we're not that far off from being able to make Quinacridone Magenta, but it's enough that it's worth it. Pyrrole Orange is much more saturated and lighter than when we mix the best orange we can mix between these two. So that's why we have this. Okay. So this brings us colors out of a range. This does slightly, specifically with pink. So the reason why I generally add the main reason I add colors in my palette is it lets me hit colors that I could not normally hit with this palette. Now that just doesn't come up a ton because we're painting realism. And realism just doesn't have a lot of these, you know, highly saturated things. Now if I'm painting more expressively though, that changes. I want to use the rest of this. I have so much burnt umber anyways. But there's probably another painting's worth. I just hate this burnt umber. I'm just ready to be done with it. I probably will use a good amount of it here though. Ooh. I forgot to grab black. Okay, well, I probably wasted a lot of burnt umber here, but it's okay. I have a lot more burnt umber behind this. Okay, let's get the black out as well. So you could also probably apply my logic to black, viewing black as a color. But the fact of the matter is the black I'm using is much lower value than what I could mix with the burnt umber and ultramarine blue. And so it's that's a lot of burnt umber. Alright, we'll put this orange over here so you can see it. We'll put the magenta next to that. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to, this is, there's not a lot of light tone, so we're going to paint the whole canvas, burnt umber, and then we're going to erase using makeup sponges. You could also use paper towels for this. So we're going to do a value sketch with burnt umber. And so we're going to use solvent here, but we're also going to mix it with stand oil. This should help prevent sinking in issues. So stand oil, we're going to mix a good amount of this, so I'll put a decent amount of stand oil there. So we're going to spread this around. So right now, like I said, this is a mixture of some solvent, stand oil, and burnt umber. Okay? Stand oil is also known as bodied oil. So we are just going over everything with this. And then we're going to remove some of it to create our sketch. Now the reason why I'm not just doing it with burnt umber and sketching is because the entirety of the painting is pretty much a mid-tone or dark to darker, right? So this, if the painting was very bright, I would, like I did with the boat, I would draw it in. And I wouldn't be doing this. So this is just an easy way to kind of create a sketch, a value sketch, mind you. That I have recently been doing and liking. This was not created by me. I think this has been done for hundreds of years. Okay. So we're going to leave that burnt umber on there. We're not getting rid of it yet because we're going to reinforce certain dark areas. But first we're going to remove. All right. You see new options for your shades or for it's darker than I expected actually. Oh yeah. Yeah, the viewer rewards. I had some fun finding new ones. And I added sub sounds and stuff like that. Finally, I did the viewer one, but I found ones for subs that I wanted. But I thought they were fitting. I need to fix that. So we're just going to do general forms. We don't need to go nuts with this. Well, you know, I do suggest you finish it, Biggs, just to give yourself reps, you know, like reps on everything, right? And just know, like, you know, you're going to, like, Biggs, I hate so many of my paintings. It only takes about 3 weeks for me to hate a given painting I've done. But that's part of the improvement process, right? You're going to be happy with several paintings that you do, and then in a few weeks as you improve and get better, you're going to look at it and you're like, what was I thinking? And that's a part of the process, right? The key thing is kind of keep trudging forward, but practicing your paintings with the intent, right? Intent being very important here of getting better. You're not doing it with the intention of getting better, it's just not going to happen. So like all this room up here I get to play with. So I mean, Yeah. So like, there's no shame. Like, you know, but don't get me wrong. I know the emotions you're feeling quite well. It's part of the difficult part of learning anything, right? Is that there are gonna be times where you just are gonna suck at it, right? But that's not the end of the world. You know? And I'm not even saying your stuff sucks, because it's great. Like, in my opinion, it's better than what I did for my initial ones. Right? And that's why I also say that it's important to enjoy it, right? Keep on enjoying it, enjoy the process, and you'll get better. Trying to see these lines. No, to be honest, Biggs, that's something I should probably do more. But it also depends on where you want to go. Do you want to develop, right? Do you want to develop the skill to make artists, like painterous, or what's the right word? Artistic changes to your paintings? Or do you want to be like, you know, exactly what you see, right? And both of those are options, right? So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. These aren't that dark either, so, but I want these to be like well, that's dark. Well, it's not. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, establish getting a likeness. Make this like, oh, what we'll do. I know what we'll do. Okay, let's roll with that. Is there a way I can get rid of a face of a porch and start over semi-dry? You could try using solvent if it's not like if you're not too far removed from painting it. That's an option for you. What's up, Dow? I am doing well. Hope you're doing well yourself. Thanks for stopping by. Comical flop. We're going with comical flops first because the colors intrigued me, and there's a challenging aspect to his that I wanted to try out. But I'm gonna do at least 3 of those references that people suggested. That's not as dark as that's too dark, I think. Sounds good. I don't think we need to do much more for a sketch than this. Okay, let's get rid of that guy. Now we have a sketch. Put the solvents away. No more solvent for us. I should probably use some type of gel of some type today, though. So... oh, I could try out Velasquez or Impasto medium today. That could be interesting. Kind of want to do that. All right, so we are going to use oleo gel as a medium. So this will help us be able to get paint off our brush without making it too liquidy. And then we're going to try out one or both of these. One's called Velasquez Medium from the famous painter Velasquez. This is simply just chalk and stand oil, okay? It's considered an extender pigment since chalk is transparent. This is chalk is the number one filler in cheaper paints, okay? But he uses this a lot. It gives texture to the paint, which I think will be valuable in this composition. But the difference between this and Impasto medium is there's two major differences. This has chalk and regular linseed oil, not stand oil, and it also has a mineral called barite in it. Barite is changes it texturally, but the oil is the main dictator of the texture. So this will make Impasto medium makes the paint more, what's the right word? Kind of like whipped cream, like where it will hold a peak. Where Velasquez medium will like spread out and smooth out a bit because of the stand oil. Okay. So that's the major difference between the two. But barite is another standard extender pigment as well. And by extender pigment, I mean it's transparent in nature, so if you were to mix it with a pigment, it's not going to alter the color a significant amount outside of making it slightly desaturated because there's more volume to pigment. But these types of things were used, especially historically, to extend expensive pigments. And to also add texture in some cases of different painters. So we are going to experiment with these two. So I'll leave them out here, but we're not going to put them on the palette yet. We're going to put the gel out on the palette. So oleo gel is just gelled linseed oil. I forget what they add to it. It's a clay. I think it's a type of clay that they add to it to make it gel. I believe. Not positive. But it makes oil paint also dry slower. Okay. Let's do some stuff. So we're gonna work dark to light. My value checker is basically dry. So we're gonna use that to help gauge our values. To give you perspective, this is pure black on the bottom. For all you OCD freaks, pure black is right here. This is one step. So if this was 10%, which it is, and white being 100%, so we don't have 0. We don't have a paint that's capable of 0. So it goes 10, 20, 30, upwards in 10% increments. Doubt, I don't know. Comical Flop, I believe, took this one. Sorry if it took me a while to see your message. Comical Flop put this one in there as a suggestion, so I don't know where it's from. But I liked the colors, but I also liked how there wasn't radical value changes in here, so there's a lot of room to like play with like color shifts. Like essentially kind of how Monet would do. So we are going to attempt to make this a very colorful but interesting sky. Like I know it's already colorful, but like adding some color shift elements to make it more interesting as well. Same with the grass as well. So we're not aiming to be 100% true to this. In form and shape, yes. In the dominant colors, yes. But in colors and transitions, or colors near other so for example, like where the lightest part of the cloud, those like bright orange clouds, we might, where it touches the medium tone pink, we might be able to color shift that to maybe something cooler and or warmer to add contrast and visual interest, right, is the goal. So that's how we are going to be proceeding. You're welcome. Oh, landscape like this is interesting. Yeah, it is. I enjoyed painting the waterscape that I did the other day. And I have not done a lot of... I've done a couple cityscapes a while ago. And they were interesting. I wasn't really happy with them. But I enjoyed the seascape. So I decided that why not try a few more and go from there. Because it's also, there was, it seems to present, so things that I feel overwhelmed by, right, are a large amount of different colors and values in the same painting, right? Like a busy painting. And so I'd like to start addressing that by essentially doing them, but forcing myself to simplify and see what's important. What's actually important there, and things I can simplify out. So I'm not trying to be like, painting fine detail in like that, but, still making correct simplification choices. So yes, it is a departure, definitely. But the reason I'm doing it is because I think it will provide a lot of value to my learning. So we're gonna this is how I check it. I'm gonna hold the paint up, and eventually I'd like to put a plastic covering over this so I could just paint directly on that. So now we can compare it, right? So this is 10, this is 20%. I'm aiming for roughly 18%, so I think we're slightly darker than 20%. So we're kind of in an adequate range. So this is how I'm using this, okay? It gets tougher when the colors are more saturated, though, at least in my experience in judging this. So this is why I created this. I created the larger version of this. Same thing, but it was too spread out, and I wanted to not see the white in between everything. And the smaller one is easier to use. One other note about this value checker I'm using is this color on the side is what my palette measures as color. So you can see actually the difference, because I see that big of a difference as well. But you know, it's a pretty interesting change. One second, I gotta mute. I got a phone call I gotta take. Okay, I'm back. So also part of my goal with, at least in like what I'm trying to learn and be more disciplined at, is I'm really trying to avoid blending as much as possible. I want to make confident brushstrokes with the specific color in the shapes in the area that I want. I don't want to be like, and you've seen me do it plenty of times because it's a very hard thing to not do. But like make a brushstroke and then mix it with something else and paint somewhere else. I want to take decisive brushstrokes with intent. Hi, Jane. Nice to see you again. Thank you for stopping by. Thanks, Stout. This is how we learn, right? We have to keep on doing stuff and throw ourselves in different situations so we can fully understand the concepts at which we are attempting. Okay, now let's reload the brush. Don't mix. I could probably go a little more. Oh, thank you, Jane. Yeah, right. It's not that difficult. And we're probably gonna do some more in the future because I don't know if you saw, but like this the other day, but I have, like, I bought the bulk amount, so this is the ultramarine blue. I'm using ultramarine blue green shade instead of the red shade that was available. But I got these big bags of it, and of the other ones, so I might make like a, we might have a day where I bulk make paint. So thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, the molar, molar. So the molar, the big Natural Pigments, their website has very good prices in my experience for a lot of their things. That aren't paint. Their paint can get pretty expensive, specifically like the lead paints and stuff like that. But there's reasons for those prices. But their molar on their website was like $90. So I did get that molar off of Amazon for $25. But their grinding plate, their 1 foot square grinding plate, was only like $25. And it's free shipping for orders over $100. Their tubes are only $1 a piece, and Amazon actually did not have great deals on the empty tubes as well. So then it's just like getting the materials and the oil and the pigments, right? Yeah. So I don't have my molar is in my closet right now, so I don't have it on me. But I'd say pretty much everything you can get from Natural Pigments. If you feel like spending $95 on their molar, be my guest. I use the one from Amazon for that demonstration. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I think I remember. Were you talking about that last time I discussed this? Somebody else was talking about that, I think. I think my eyes were blurry. I was speaking about that as well. Awesome. Yeah. Do you know what company you got them from, or did you get them from like smaller groups of people? So that's really cool. Because Italy does source a lot of umbers. Specifically, they source a lot of umbers to the companies. Italy, France, and Cyprus is a big supplier of umbers. And it's specific because Cyprus has unique. Interesting, cool. Yeah, I forget where in Italy they source pigments from. What areas, at least, there were. Same with France, but those are two of the biggest areas. That's why you see a lot of companies will have French burnt umber. I have two of them. I have French burnt umber and French burnt umber warm, were two of the burnt umbers I've tested. But you'll get variations in minerals. So in umbers, one of the biggest variations in umbers in color is the manganese content. And manganese in umber is what dictates the amount, how dark it is. So manganese in that context is very blackish, darker, and more desaturated tones. So Cyprus gives you these really desaturated, not really but desaturated darker umbers. So you'll get these area differences. The burnt umber I actually like the most. Let me grab it. Is this guy. So this turned out my favorite burnt umber was the Blue Ridge burnt umber. And this is actually sourced from Virginia, is actually where they source this from. They also source the yellow ochre from this area in Virginia as well. These are very opaque. A lot of umbers are transparent in nature. That means their particle size is a lot bigger. But I like the color. I like a reddish, saturated burnt umber as much as I can get, and opaque is what I wanted. But apparently, I don't use yellow ochre in my palette, but apparently the yellow ochre from that area is really great as far as it's very opaque, very strong, and a very, very strong color. But I'm glad that helped you. And if you have any other questions regarding it, I'm happy to share whatever information that I could speak to you like while knowing. I'm also happy to do research because I enjoy it. Okay, that's why. Also, natural pigments, as far as their cost on oils, were actually very good price wise. I don't know. I'm kind of a shill for them because I've had such a great experience with their stuff. So. Let's try this. I'm a little curious how this will turn out. Interesting. was probably a bad brush mark. I don't know if I should be doing this at this point, but we'll play around with it. We'll either get punished by doing some of this stuff now, or not. We'll see. I think I made that a little too high up, but we'll take care of that another time. Okay. Let's consolidate a bit. I'm using the small one. I got new large ones. See how long this one will last before I break it. All as well. Yeah, those pictures were awesome, Doubt. Great colors in the sky. Alright. Well, this is a kind of interesting decision down here. Let's roll with that. So we're gonna just stick with painting with shapes here. Shapes. And and we're going to we'll worry about the details later. So I picked a generic value here. A generic value and color that I saw that I think is the best representation. But we'll add some of these details later. The goal is just to hit the general value and shade of this area. But we're not trying to blend it in together. We're just trying to hit like a general value. We could add some transitional shapes like here and right here, but we could save that for later. We just go to like we could just keep this very base, which is probably more correct. I think that needs to be darker. You know, this color actually, we'll do this for one. We're adding one transitional shape because I think this is better here. Okay. Shapes. Too far. Let's darken it back up. This is kind of a very close to neutral yellow, but slightly warmer, and kind of an interesting value. So it can be a little tricky to measure and hit. Yeah, I think that's pretty close. We'll roll with this. So there's some more vibrant greens here, but we're going to ignore those until we start refining. You could make an argument that there's like a green here, like a larger, more intense green shape. So what we can do is we'll just add blue and yellow to our existing mixture. We'll mix it with what's on our brush and a little bit more of it so it retains some continuity. Might be a little too bright. We'll see. We'll figure that. We'll burn this bridge when we get there. Doesn't look like any significant change though. Maybe because there's burnt umber still on the. Burnt umber's still on the canvas. Yeah, now there's some pretty scenic parts of the United States that are great for pictures like that. One of my sisters lives in Kentucky, and they got all these bluffs there. They got all this great scenery for painting. Granted, every state has some stuff like that. Unfortunately, I live in Illinois. Not unfortunately, but for regards to, there's less natural scenes that I have available to me without driving a little bit. But it wouldn't take that much driving though to get somewhere. Let's try one thing though. Alright, so there's this shape. Now, how do I want to paint this? Go with that. I used more burnt umber and ultramarine blue than I expected for this paint. let's skew it towards this thing. I did not. I didn't know I was gonna get unloaded on by a lot of people, but it makes me happy. It was very nice of them. It was a nice, pleasant surprise. Well, apparently Dia lives on the side of a mountain in Vermont. So all those photos were apparently like right outside where she lives. And so it's like those views. I don't know where Comical Flop got this one. Some of the Comical Flop I'm pretty sure were saved from like, you know, image searches, but some of them, you know, he said he took. You know, I believe him, of course. I don't know if he took this one, but super interesting. Might have to go to them use them more often. Yeah, right? Well, I do want to bother him for one thing in the future when I'm ready for that, though, is this would be more if I was ever, like... Well, I should probably do it for practice, too, but we'll see what the prices would be. But hire a model to sit, and I could take a bunch of reference photos. You know, use a bunch of those and do kind of a series, but... That's something I would like to do. That's something that Leah has suggested as well. No, not nudes, not nudes. I'm just talking about, like, I've never painted from life. I've only painted from photo reference. And it's something I should really practice because it teaches you to, according to people that I trust their opinions of, it really helps the acceleration of seeing color. Better. And you also don't have the risk of dealing with, like, you know, how like you search on, you do a Google image search, and you know 90% of those photos are stylized in some way. There's some, you know, there's aspects to them that make them not transfer very well to oil painting, and so it can make picking out a reference very hard. But no, just somebody sit there, like, you know, it could be a man, it could be a woman, it could be, you know, I don't care about that. I care that I have somebody that's sitting there that I could see in person, maybe do some painting, and also take very real photos with the shadows and lighting that I want. Nudes. What's up, Addictive Sugar? Nice to see you. It's not nudes, damn it. I don't know what you guys think of me. Don't judge me, this is art. Yes. That... Yeah, no, doubt, like, that's, like, that would be... That would be a great scenario. I just need to kind of like get up the courage and like kind of get up the I would say the motivation to do that to a certain extent. Because like I'm apprehensive as I'm like developing my skill set, and I don't want to like. At what point? I do think there might be. If I only have a limited opportunity to do that, I want to make sure I'm prepared for it. Yeah, I bet. So like I'll say it's not based on anything. I just have apprehension like making that plunge when I feel like my skills are subpar. With regards to a lot of those, seeing color and light. But the counter argument, yeah, it's great practice regardless. So even if I am seeing it badly, it's better just to get many reps in that as possible. But it also costs money. So, but maybe I gotta find a class, a live class where I can just do that. I do want to like change my office setup a bit and add a shadow box. And have it in a way where I could show what I'm looking at in the stream and paint from life. But like I'd have to move. I have to like basically move everything in my room in its current setup. And I have to get a shadow box and get the lighting for that. So the lighting's not the difficult part. It's more about getting the setup and. Really? Holy free holies. Well, that sounds like a good deal. Now, how many 4-hour sessions in a row would they go? No, but that's like a class, I take it, where it's like everyone sitting around. That's awesome, Jane. I mean, I'm willing to bet there's something like that near me. I should just look into it. Is the fact of the matter is I should just look into it, because I mean I'm in a pretty densely populated area near Chicago, and I got a couple community colleges by me too. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, I should definitely. I just need to look into it. I'll look into it. Because I need that type of experience, I think. Yeah, I bet. Yeah. So, maybe teach me how to paint faster as well. I think I can make it from that. Is it generally like nude stuff, or is it like just anything? Yeah. It also depends on what you're actually like trying to paint from it. Nudes. Yeah, you're getting me motivated to do it, Jane, so thank you. Especially if it's that price, I don't really have an excuse. Do you bring your own brushes and paint and mediums? Do they have easels there? Yeah. Oh, is it more like, is it in your case, yeah, 'cause you were doing charcoal? They have boards? Okay. I mean, I'm sure I could, they'll have this information on class I choose, so. I do want to paint quickly, like, you know, the Alla Prima painting quickly style. So, like, it might help me just, like, get as much done as I can and figure out steps that are, like, what am I struggling with that's costing me time, you know. I think my sketching process has gotten a lot better recently. So I think, like, and it could be a good exercise to finish it on my own. Like, get a block in and, like, do the sketch, get a block in, and see, you know, start refining there. This might not be blue enough. It is more blue. 20, 30, 40, 50. It's around 50. And a little brighter. And a little bit more blue. Thank you for the suggestion, Jane. I really appreciate that. Interesting. Yeah. I think that's the moral of it, right? Is just it doesn't matter if I get like less value or you know, just like I kind of preach, just like just gotta go out and do it. Yeah, yeah. That's one thing. I haven't been in an art class since middle school. So that will be kind of a fun experience, being able to talk with, like I like talking with people in chat because you know a lot of them have art backgrounds or are working on it. But it'll be nice to like see people in person do stuff and see other people's methods live. Okay, that's closer to 60. Okay. Tab lighter. So we'll not worry about, do I want to work? There is some forms that some of these clouds. Let's take a quick break. We got ads starting in 2 minutes. So let's all take a break. Grab a drink, use the bathroom, fight some crime, and give it about 5 minutes. All right. 5 minutes, and I'll be back. I'm back. Or am I? Nobody will ever know. Alright, let's continue this block in. Maybe should have gone darker with this. Let's try. Oh shit. Andy Mecca, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Alright, Boredom Bedlam, thank you for the follow. King Dixon Balls, thank you for the follow. Love the name. Thank you.
This place has class.
Mecca and the Ugly Rigs. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bordering Bedlam. Much appreciated. We are doing a landscape that some of my regulars posted in my Instagram, and I felt like painting a landscape. So you're still in the blocking in phase, but we are getting there. So thank you. Thank you, Andy Mecca. Thank you so much.
This place has class.
Gene Reinhardt, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Sorry I'm not familiar with you, but if you want to post any links or Instagram, or I should follow you as well. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ezram, if you're there. Do you do art, Andy? Well, yeah, I just do oil painting. I usually do paintings. Well, so far, I do paintings from start to finish. I like to sculpt and turn them. Oh, that's awesome. Ezram, you're being blamed. Yeah, when we start, I start from blank, and I'll go till I'm... So far, I've done every painting from start to finish, so... that might have to change in the future. We'll see. But, yeah, that's what I do. All oils. We've made our own oil paints on stream as well. So, I'm a huge fucking nerd. Is the long and the short of it. I really enjoy oil painting. So, yeah. So, like, yeah, we made our own paints. with pigments and oil. Like, not drugs, or is it? You'll never know. This is some of the pigment, for example, ultramarine blue, and we use that to make some of our own paints. That's awesome. Blame Andy Mecca. You are blamed. So yeah, I kind of just love oil painting, and that's that's what I do. Yeah, if you want to share your Instagram, Andy, feel free to post links. I'm not really set up to show it, unfortunately, so I apologize for that. I like that email. So yeah, thank you so much, and thank you, Ezram. We'll blame it once again. I'll continue the blaming of Ezram. Well, thank you. Much appreciated. Very kind of you. So yeah, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer questions. I'm an open book, and if I don't have an answer, I'll just make something up. Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I used to play Warhammer and stuff, so I have, I love, like, scratch-built stuff. Super interesting, that process. Good to know. I will definitely tune in the future. Yeah, I had a new raid alert. No, wait, I didn't do raid. I don't, can't remember. But yeah, I generally do a lot of portraits, so landscapes are somewhat new for me as well. At least, painting them, but I do a lot of portraits. I really enjoy portraits, specifically. So if you'd like to see more, there's, if you do iLinks or iSocials, my Instagram's there. And it's just linked below. Alright, let's continue. It's interesting how that looks orange to me, but there's just no orange in it. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. That's really kind. I'm trying. I try and learn and do things. I'm self-taught, so there's a lot of trials and tribulations that are a part of that. That seems too... Isn't that too bright? Maybe not. Let's add a little blue. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ezra. Much appreciated. I'm blaming you. Really kind of you. And yeah. And nice to see you again. Let's just make this a tad dark. Well, it doesn't look much darker. Maybe just more red. Do a touch burnt umber. Maybe too much. That's more what I wanted. When do you normally stream, Andy? And by the way, yeah, if you need to go or anything like that, don't feel obligated to stay here and talk with me if you need to do stuff. This is very kind of you to begin with. Nice. I shall check you out on Friday. Stop blaming me. Yeah, no worries at all. Thank you so much, Andy. Have a wonderful night. Have some good food. Get some good rest. Great rest. Thank you again.
This place has class.
Oh, and thank you for the follow. It just clearly looks too light. I might have to do a lot of adjustment on the sky. We shall see. Much appreciated. See, this looks like there definitely seems more yellow in this than the other, but I think it's just the bright highlights that are making you see that. Yeah, if anybody has any questions about oil painting or anything like that, I'm happy to answer questions and or make up stuff. We'll wait to do that. I brought that up a little too far, but that's okay. I brought all this up too far. This kind of needs to be broken up a little bit. I usually don't. Well, not usually. I should probably avoid putting in a lot of transitions over there for now. Let's just get in base colors and values. We're not going to put in this, whatever the fuck this thing is over here. Alright, I looked, alright, Ezram. Not the Greeks, the Egyptians were one of the first civilizations to really start refining pigment. So pre-Greek. Pre-Greece, Egyptian and China, actually, were the first civilizations to really start refining pigments. They actually had one of their big discoveries is they created a blue pigment, and they were using lapis lazuli, which is the unrefined ultramarine blue. So the mineral that is called lapis lazuli has chalk, and it has fool's gold, whatever that's called, pyrite inside of it. So it leads to like a paler, lighter blue when it was made originally. But they were one of the first artificial pigments ever created. Was this blue that the Egyptians created that was made from sand and crushed glass, essentially, and copper that they created a very vibrant blue with. And it was called Egyptian blue for a while. But it was largely abandoned in place of ultramarine blue. Because I don't know if the other civilizations got a hold of it or figured it out, but it was almost unique to the Egyptian civilization. So it's called Egyptian blue, but they had two blues. They also used a green mineral called malachite. So they had two blues that they used orpiment, which is a pigment made from arsenic. They didn't use actually many earth colors, surprisingly. Like they didn't use umbers or ochre. They didn't have like a lot of umbers and ochres, but that's your paint fact. There's several in there, but the first artificial blue created was by the Egyptians. Yeah, it's fun. I love learning about them. There's so much interesting stuff in there, and I have to remember some to keep my clientele satisfied.
Badly.
Oh, hi, Dia. How are you? And also, I am not painting one of your landscapes, but I will be in my next few. I decided I'm going to do a few of them from there. Hello! Thank you for giving me so many references. I'm definitely, either the next stream or the stream after, I'm going to paint one of yours. I just haven't decided which one, because there's a few that I like. I didn't realize so many of you had awesome landscape photos just lying around. Yeah. So thank you for that. There's also several new sound bites. Thank you, Cosmic Warrior. Sky's not for eating. That's paint. Wait, no, don't eat the paint. Stop eating the paint. Don't do it, Warrior. Oh, fuck. Clean your brushes. I want to try avoid mixing this, if I can. But we need some more visual interest outside of just like smooth lines here. It's going to be a little bit more expressive. This might be too early for this, but once again. It's okay. Okay.
What the fuck is that?
Yes, Dia? Just keeping me on my toes, huh? Fair. That's it. Don't like that. So let's clean this up a little bit. I think this needed more like orange. Let's get rid of that. Nice. Interesting. think that's... I'll have to clean this up. Don't blend. Probably gonna get a bit more expressive with this painting. We'll see. We'll see how wild the night gets. Might get crazy. I kind of want to make those stronger. Those are like timid. But for the initial phase. Okay. I think that's fine for this phase. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, let's stop playing around with that and let's start doing that. Did you do any nerdy pre-study for the sky, cloud formation, perhaps other references works? Nope. I did not. I was looking at other references and so forth, and so the main reason I picked this one is mostly because there's not a huge value differentiation between the different parts. So what will make this painting interesting is contrast through other means outside of light and dark, like I was kind of talking about before. I brought up Monet a lot because Monet was fantastic at, that specific thing. So it felt like a good exercise for where I'm at learning wise. But no, I've also been kind of busy with some work stuff to do any prep with that. So, but I chose this one out of all those options because, the value I thought it would bring. Because not to mention, there's also simplification aspects of this, too, because there's a lot going on in the bottom here, and how do I make this, what's the best way to make this look, give it realism, but also maintain visual interest? And, because people are going to be drawn to the sky, but that doesn't mean they're not going to look down here, right? I still need to make sure that there's interesting things going down here. It's just going to be, I have to maintain good abstraction to convey the realism here. And so there's just a lot of interesting things, but yeah, that's the long answer. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. Point being is, it's making me focus. I haven't had a lot of paintings that purely kind of have me focus on color more so than values. I mean, the values are still important in this, but like visual interest is going to be dictated by colors and color contrast more so than light dark contrast, especially in the bottom here. You know, there is some like light value contrast that we get specifically in the tree line to the bottom, right? And that's going to pull the eye probably to here. But I want to make sure that the colors are what people like, and the color contrast is what people remember about this. But that in turn didn't, I did not do any practice for this. So we're going into it cold. But that's, you know, that's how I usually do it though. Most of my practice just goes with involved with like seeing and practicing, like measuring a color and hitting it is what a lot of it is. Okay. No worries, dear. So what's also difficult on this one is understanding what color, like what colors are going to have the visual impact. Like so in these green areas, right? I laid down a base here, right? But they're kind of, this looks like there's a lot, like they're green, but these are actually they're closer to yellow, much closer to yellow than they're closer to blue. Interestingly enough, and the reason why we see that is because it's a cold yellow, and this is warm, and this is extremely warm color-wise. So it's also like balancing that out, because if I use too much blue, if I pull anything too cool by either adding too much white or adding too much blue, it's going to really stand out in these regions down here, because of how warm the colors are in this painting. So there's also like really like delicate aspect of this, but there is a warm cool contrast here that needs to like maintain for it to have the effect that I want. Effect's the wrong word. The interest that I want. But warm cool contrast is very interesting as like a matter of like concept, because like it's very, you know, like yes, like yellow and blue have contrast just besides color, hue, light and dark. There's something else there, right? Because it's not every yellow looks like this, not every blue looks like this, right? So like my second favorite painter ever is Anders Zorn, and his palette was very warm in general, the Zorn palette, as we discussed. But he was able to manipulate your brain and eye with temperature contrast specifically to make us see purples and greens that just, if you were to measure them on their own, they're not there. And just like this color on my palette, right? Looks greenish, but it's actually an orange. This is an orange, what you're looking at right here. But if we put it up against, if we put a little bit of this orange here, it's going to look a lot more green. This pile is, because this is so saturated of an orange, right? And the reason why is the different types of contrast, right? It's not the light-dark contrast that makes it look a different color. There's the hue, the color itself, and the temperature. I think there's 7 ways we perceive contrast, I think, in total. I should really look into what those 7 exactly are. But they're all kind of linked also, Alright. It's an interesting topic. If you want to see what I mean, go do a Google image search of Andrew Zorn, and you might get to see what I mean, because he did a lot of those paintings with just 4 colors. Not, maybe 50% of those paintings he did with 4 colors. Those are yellow ochre, vermilion, lead white. I'm surprised it didn't mod you for that, Mudworks. How you doing? All right, we're using the big fan. You're out of control, Mudworks. We're gonna have to intervene at some point. A good old "it's always sunny" intervention. Thank you. I kind of like that as a compliment. This is coming along. I don't care what inflection you meant on that. That's how I took it. There are stages. Yeah, Doubt. So I added 2 different ones for this because the sky is bright and saturated. So I brought out additionally Pyrrole Orange from Williamsburg and Quinacridone Magenta from Williamsburg as well. So technically, yeah, we have 8 pigments on the palette currently. Normally 6. If I really wanted to, it could bare minimum 5. True. I do paint badly, so I can't. I still have plenty of time to ruin this. Let's get a little more ultramarine blue out here. Oh shit! I hope none of that paint is non-showing. Am I, Mudworks? We shall see. You're full of horse shit. Probably back. Alright, so I do have ultramarine behind the painting, but it's not made yet. I'm looking for the tube I'm trying to use up. I like to keep my paint system very organized. It makes it very easy to find paints. Yeah, see? Very organized. I must be a nightmare for OCD people. Okay. Alright, so we're going to start using a large fan brush. And see how this goes. Oh, really? Okay, alright, good. Well, that's not nearly bright enough. Okay. I'm good at values. That's a fuckload of blue. Sorry if that was loud. Actually, I apologize for nothing. And it shouldn't be that cold. Swooshy wooshy is the technical term. You hit it on the head. That's what Sargent called him. And Rembrandt. Hey, lady. Nice to see you. I need some overlap here. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if that's... This needs to change. We'll leave that for now. Sure, that's not a bad idea to add so much onto it. That might be a little aggressive. So I'm kind of faced with like, when I talk about like this as an interesting example of like painterly things I could possibly attempt, a lot of them are like small colors that I see in regions like this, because I see some like stronger purples, some oranges and greens in similar areas here that I've kind of blocked off in a general manner. So now getting back to like why I'm like, this one intrigued me kind of over the others, is that it's kind of like a test in making you see color contrast in a way that I'm not accustomed to usually doing. And also like getting a better grasp on that. See, that probably actually needs to be light. And then how do I actually do that? See, we're gonna see how this works out. Is this even the right brush to do this with? Maybe not. I also have to make sure I'm being properly pretentious while doing this. That's very important here. I should probably put on my beret. Who knows? Who knows? Thank you, Doug. I think a fan brush is kind of a good choice here, because it like, there's a lot of randomness that happens with a fan brush that is good for the abstraction note, balls. But it's also can be unruly. I might have benefited from using a smaller one.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day.
Uh-oh. One of the new sound bites, Dio.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day.
See, now you have a new way to express your anger. Or if you guys need to re-up on your titanium white prescriptions. Prescriptions, right? I said prescriptions and subscriptions. Well, good. Good, Biggs. Hey, comical. Look who won out. No, I'm gonna do multiple. I like so many of those references you guys posted, so we're gonna do a bunch of them. It won the first go around. I'm doing more than one. I think I need to use a smaller fan brush. Now the question is to find said fan brush. There we go, we found one. Oh. Because I really like the one of them from Mr. Salt. I also like several from Diaz. And Dow, it's yours with. Don't worry, Dia, you're gonna get yours. It's not even out of pity. I really do. I liked a lot of them. So, and I enjoyed doing that seascape more than I expected. And no, I know. I just I want to do them. Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta. That backyard is gorgeous. Or, you know. So what I liked about this Mudworks, and I was talking about this, but I don't think you were here. The main reason this one I picked it first is because the values aren't radically different outside of like the sky to this area, right? There's a value jump there, but like all this region is very similar value, as in lights and darks, and so to make this look convincing, it's a lot of like color contrast, pure color contrast that is something I haven't been exposed to that much. So outside of being a really like gorgeous and interesting picture, there's a lot of things we can do color contrast here that is something that I've just like not really been exposed to. So I thought it'd be beneficial to do. But yep. But also Mudworks, like the sunset one, I liked. I was really close to doing that one, Mudworks from Mr. Salt. I was, and then Dia had two that I was also really close to just saying I'm going to do that one. So I decided I'm going to do at least one from Dia and that one from Mr. Salt as well. But this reference really reminded me of Monet, to be honest. So I usually lie. Awesome. Yeah, I mean the colors, like you almost have to. It's like it forces you to paint it expressively. Yeah. Yep. Nope. Exactly. Exactly how I feel about it too. That hack Monet. Why would I try and paint like him? probably too bright. Maybe. Maybe not. There's a massive glare. I think that's too... maybe not. We'll see. I need to be... What direction do I pull it in now? Try that. And get a touch darker. Hey, Comical, did you take this picture, or is this something you found? Wow. That's awesome. Do you know what country this was from? I couldn't imagine seeing this in person. That dark spot is not correct. Wow. That's awesome. Jealous. Yeah, right? it's called, I think the place is called Versailles Heaven in Maine. That's awesome. Actual parody. just the most literal name. Heaven on Earth, Maine. Marcus.
Okay, people, take a break. We gotta shut down.
Thank you, Biggs. You all heard him. Probably, yeah. Thanks, Biggs. Thank you for the reminder. I do need to remember to take more breaks. So appreciated. All right. 5 minutes. And yeah, we will see you then. All right. Recharged. Thank you again, Biggs. And Doubt, if you're there, there's a surprise for you today, too. But you're going to have to figure it out. All right. Growing on you, Dio? Is that value? Ugh, this is tough. Oh, gotcha.
What the fuck is that?
You could thank Leah for that one. She said she wanted one to express her rage when she watches me paint. She's in England. She's yep, till the end of this week. I don't know what she's doing there, but I don't know if it's work related or something. Well, that's why she was asking about. She was thinking about asking to like Jess to like grab coffee, but she was like nervous about that. Thank you, Mr. Salt. How's one of my arch nemesis doing? Nice. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing well. Can't complain about anything I can control. But by the way, Mr. Salt, so this is the winner of the first one, but I'm going to, yeah. I'm going to be painting one of the ones you sent in too. I decided to do that one with the sunset with the strong orange mirrors. And I'm still deciding between one or two of Dia's. So I'm going to be doing 3 landscapes. Because I liked a lot. You guys had awesome stuff. It's all fucking lying around. Am I like the only person who doesn't take pictures of nature? You're welcome. At taking the pictures, mud works. I don't know if this needs bug. Let's take this cooler. Well, yeah, I mean, considering how tiny you are. Yeah, I have 0. I have pictures of my niece, and I have pictures of all my paintings. That's about it. Holy, you have a phone with that much memory? Yeah. Do you live in a scenic area? I know Virginia has like some cool scenery. Are you in an area that has like a bunch of good views, or was this on like vacations and stuff? Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Well, that's cool. Oh, wow. Look at you showing off that you have friends. Oh, hey, look, I'm Mr. Salt. I have friends. Yeah, that would be cool to see. My sister lives in Kentucky right now, so every once in a while she sends me some. I've done a few. Well, actually, that one I just did was a picture from her, technically. It might be too bright, but we'll see. Thank you, Dia. I needed to hear that after Mr. Salt's flaunting of his blessings. Ridiculous. That's what all the popular people say. But you know it is their fault. And his really tiny wife. The real story of Thumbelina. Yeah, isn't there like laws against that, Mr. Salt? Or is that why you're in Virginia? Oh, there's some really vibrant stuff down there. Just tiny. Let's think if she's tiny. He is swinging for the fences. To each their own. Except if it's Mr. Saw. Or Painty McPaintface. It was a great one. What's that, Dia? Oh, yeah. We don't know how many years of therapy they needed. We all could. We all could, Mr. Salt. Except for me, I'm perfect. You hear that? I'm perfect. Oh, you unzip me, Mudworks. You unzip me. It's all coming back. The Maple Baroness. That's a great name. I wish I could remember the words to Frank's therapist routine with the frog girl who had no lips, but her mouth was still very much in play. Yeah, I can. No, he said that in the show. It's a great line, especially if you improv it. Yeah, yeah. The instant he gets questioned by a therapist, he just breaks down immediately. And he's talking about this frog girl. Or this girl with no lips that he met in the insane asylum. And his exact statement was she had no lips, but her mouth was very much in play. Oh, the show's so good. I love it. I'm gonna bring back the other gel because I still need to use that up. Well, I'll say this. I become so much more, as I've gotten older, I've gotten so much more apathetic towards, like, so many TV shows. And that is a show that it has not really happened to me for. So it's like so I, like, kind of regularly go back to it. Yeah. I I like sports. I am a sports ball fan person. Not crazy. Like I watch the NFL. Um oh, one of those. I am going to France for the Rugby World Cup. But I'm not the type of a-hole that goes to games nor wears a jersey. They're not a-holes. It's not something I enjoy. I Yep, that's how I kind of feel about. I don't like a lot, just like with like my issues with like social media and stuff, where it's just like a lot of stuff feels insincere, where it's like you don't really see people doing stuff out of a real passion, or it's harder to find stuff that you can consume that like it's people doing what they love or doing out of passion instead of doing it out of making content. And that's something that like I'd rather see people doing something that they like love or enjoy versus somebody say, watch me get hit in the crotch a bunch of times. Yeah. That's why like a lot of the stuff I consume is basically Twitch nowadays. I do like shitty ghost shows, so if you want to make like that's the thing you can make fun of me. I love shitty ghost shows. I don't believe in ghosts, but I find those shows entertaining and hilarious. Oh, definitely. I would love for it to exist, but can't do it. I have some opinions on that, but ultimately I don't really care. It's entertaining. I mean, my favorite podcast is a like paranormal, true crime one, but do you want my opinion, Mr. Salt, on extraterrestrials? I'll give it to you. I'll tell you. I won't hold back. All right. So I think every like crash landing story about aliens is horseshit. I don't think we've had contact like people say, like as far as like the stuff with the presidents, like what was it, Truman, and even Reagan, and some people report. So I don't think we have officially confirmed any. I do think it's so like Roswell. There's like stories of like stories where a ship actually crashed and we recovered it, right? Blah blah blah. I think that's all horseshit for a very simple reason. It seems like an impossibility to me that any civilization that could get to light speed or traversing distances that long in lifetime, it would be impossible. It would be an impossibility that they could crash on a planet. To me, that would just be utterly, like, that conceptually is just utterly ridiculous to me. I think it's an impossibility that other life doesn't exist, considering, like, if space is endless or, like, you know, near endless, it's just like an impossibility that there isn't other life. But and, you know, since time, you know, exists, of course there'd be ones that are more advanced than us. But I don't. I think any story that involves alien crashing is. Cause, I mean, like, we're, as a civilization, we're like probably 1,000 years from that possibility. Yeah. Okay. All right, we're on the same page, Nemesis. Fair. You passed the test. It could exist. Well, that's like kind of like this, like a scary thought. Like if you want an existential crisis, right? I either think about like the entirety of existence expanding forever, and we're just like, you know, smaller than that, or you think about, well, if you go infinitesimally small, right? What exists for what we can see? Because, like, you know, quarks weren't discovered, or no, neutrinos weren't discovered till like what, 2000 or the late 90s, or they confirmed it in the late 90s that neutrinos existed. But, like, you know, is there like smart, like, how would there be a cutoff ever? We should. But I got lectured on neutrinos in my freshman year of college by a guy who was studying them, so I got a little bit of, at least, like, history on it. Right, yeah. And that's the thing, right? That's kind of like to me, it's like almost existential crisis. Like, okay, so if we can go infinitesimally small, right? So, you know, what point does it start becoming observable? Or, like, how far can we get to observing how small it goes? Yep. It's terrifying, yo. So this part of the stream was sponsored by Existential Crises. Good sleeping to you tonight. Yeah. That and the poop knife. Both their own existential crisis. So I'm just going to sit here and paint. Because that's what I enjoy. Well, that is interesting. Yeah, there's some smart sons of bitches out there. Let's bring out. Addictive sugar. That's right, and I'll end them. I'll end them however I so please. I control it. Uh-oh, he's drunk with power. No, it probably is like Addictive Sugar says. A lot of tentacles, and I guess some people would like it. Yeah, I amended my statement. There is a great picture somebody made, like a meme, and they had like the smaller dominoes, you know, knocking like the super large domino, and it's like the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, and it's the the creation of hentai tentacle porn as the end of it, because apparently as a result of World War II and like the new administration, there was like morality laws that came into place specifically about pornography, and people got around the laws by creating comics and stuff like that. And so I always got a good laugh out of that. Yep. Well, no, that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. Like that, the post World War II Japan were the ones who created the morality laws that like led to people like civil disobedience. And where would we be as a society without tentacle porn? Bunch of goddamn prudes, that's what we'd be. Oh, my other emote got approved, or emotes. Oh, really? Here, these are the emotes that took a while to get approved. Interesting. How do you like it, Dia? I'm doing just fine, dear. Good. It's all part of the plan to brainwash. You threw it out? I expect nothing less. Does it tell you to do things, Sugar? Does it write stuff in its web? And does it have an infatuation with a pig? Alright, then I know which spider you're talking about. No, Jake, this was a photo by Comical Flop, or from a relative of Comical Flop. Of a relative in Heaven on Earth, Maine or something. That's what we decided. I know it kind of looks like it though. I keep on pushing up these values. Don't know. How you doing, Jake? Nice to see you. Well, thank you, Jake.
Badly.
Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. Salt. You have a great night. Or else.
This place has class.
Sometimes, Jake. Are you talking about the debates with Klein? I heard about some of those. And all the XQC drama. Well, that's nice, Mr. Salt. You pushover. I mean, this bottom area is starting getting to a point that I'm like somewhat content with it. It's just dialing some things in, so I'd say the fastest is probably 3 more hours. I'd say is the fastest. Oh, thank you for the follow, Tacito. Sorry I missed that. Thank you very much. This is a fan brush. I've had other fan brushes, but this is a newer one, yes. I don't use them much often, but it's good for like texture and kind of like randomness. That's why I'm using it here. Well, thank you. I am trying. We be trying here. That needs to be more red. Me? No, I live in near Chicago. Oh, Doubt. Thank you, Doubt. By the way, Doubt. Check your normal check, by the way, before you leave. Check the command that you always check. And after you do that, have a wonderful night. Did I? There we go. Yeah, 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 yeah. He remembered. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm the one being brainwashed. Have a good one. Now, get some good rest. This painting is testing my stones a bit. As in, there's like a lot of ways I could be like, I don't give a fuck. And, it's kind of difficult with regards to that. It's like your bat signal, Dio. Well, this is why you're my executioner. Is this orange working for people? Yes? All right. Perfect. It seems like a good contrast with all the green down here. This might be the messiest my palette's ever been. Yeah, don't do it, Mudworks. You're not gonna like what you see. There was an accident. And your tiny, tiny heart might not be able to take it. That's like the perfect response. We said nothing. That's why that doesn't work. Shut up, living the meme. Don't call me out on my horse shit. Don't call me out for my blatant lies and hypocrisy. I also try and paint realism, obviously, too. Oh. Stupid flourish. Trying to look cool. I'm waiting to reveal that one. There's gonna be like a picture of me come out on like, I don't know, Instagram, just with like a bowl full of paint. Big fat phony who says he doesn't eat paint is eating paint. What's up, Greenbag? Was that my Discord notification? Yes, it was. Oh, that sounds so good, living the meme. Now I want cereal. I'm not a cereal eater, but like whenever I get cereal, it's gone in like 2 hours. It's dangerous. Yeah. I see. So she's the blame. Thanks for stopping by, Greenback. Nice to see you again. I liked your Anthony Wheeler work the other day when I stopped in the stream. I like your passion for making fun of him. I can appreciate that. I don't know, Addictive Sugar, maybe there's just horses outside of my window. It definitely isn't part of the ambiance I've created here. It's a great passion. I love passions of spite. It's a wonderful thing. Look at the meme, that's funny. With the cicadas. Yeah, I'm just surrounded by horses and cicadas. In a suburb of Chicago. Well, the cicadas actually are true. The horses are a part of my reign today. You know what? I think that's like, it's obviously one of her clear joys in this life, living the meme, and as you probably already know, probably best left to let them have their simple pleasures. So I'm gonna make these. I'm making this like pink a little bit more saturated. Thank you, Greenbag. We are. I'm trying to not be a coward and push some things to a more interesting limit. So we shall see how that goes. Push it to the limit. Limit! You're welcome, Mudworks. I just heard it from South Park uses it all the time for like monologues, not monologues. What the fuck am I? I can't forget. I can't remember what the name is right now. Montages.
Hey, Sarah!
What's up, Days? How are you? Yep, I saw. Yeah, so I can generate some stuff. I do want some more details for clarification. Yeah, you should be. It's such a... We're gonna need a montage! Montage! A motherfucking montage! I love the song that they created for it. Well, so, I can message you with, like, an example of what we write. Or, not what we write. What you write in there to, like, generate stuff. But, you know, it's all about kind of, like, changing little things to make it understand it better. Yeah. Well, that's good. Then you should be able to find something that you like. Now, one thing is like you'll have to probably want to make some adjustments, but getting like a base down for certain things is what's like important, or just inspiration. You're welcome. Happy to help. As long as your name is, this goes for everybody, as long as your name's not Painty McPaintface, I'm happy to help. Alright, maybe not Mr. Salt either. Okay, this is what I need to do. I got an idea. They're my mortal enemies, Days. I think we have an idea. Hopefully this idea doesn't suck. Oh. The idea might suck. Who knows? But this isn't the idea. Can't be worse than Dizzy. You found the new emo. It was just approved. I thought the spinning thing worked really well for Pennywise, so I was happy with it. Yeah, the Pennywise, I like just a straight Pennywise and the spinning Pennywise. They took like 2 days to get approved for some reason. When the other animated one, so the other new animated one that I have is the Glow Skull. There it is. This one got approved like immediately. And then the straight regular Glow Skull is, I didn't have any room, so I put it for bits. So, yeah, I've actually been putting work into the stream, everybody, outside of the painting. It's crazy. Oh, really? Woot woot! God, I've been singing a lot this stream, actually. I've been waiting to unleash my crazy vocals on you all. That would be crazy. Maybe not. I really need to grow these cojones that I was talking about. Does that work? I am truly the pain maniac. Thank you, Days. It's lit. And I will always be the pain maniac. Do I like that? Yeah, I totally don't snort my paint. I totally have a great relationship with it. I don't buy kilos of that titanium white. Certainly not eat it. I do wear gloves, yes. I certainly am just not chowing down on all this delicious, wonderful paint. What did I say? I have no idea what you're talking about, everybody. Just handfuls of paint. If only it didn't look so delicious. That might have been a shitty paint. Ugh. Let me just look up more. Hold on. It does look delicious, yeah. But don't eat the goddamn paint, everybody, alright? Alright? We don't eat it. We don't breathe it in. We don't snort it. Alright? We just paint with it. Alright? I have an idea. Thank you, Mudworks. Thanks for stopping by. Give Mr. Salt my worst. Fantastic. Wonderful. I live in a bizarre world, alright? God damn it, Sugar. This is not what I instructed you to do. Damn it. This community is going to be the death of me. Montage. Montage, a motherfucking montage. Well, that's good. Just use salt. Yeah, just throw some salt at them. Thank you, Island Life Diva. I can read. I read that. I read that on first try. I'm too proud of that fact. How are you today? And yes, oils till we die. No, whatever art you're happy with doing, by all means do it. Thank you so much. We are in the refinement phase, so there's some we are trying to make certain things pop. What's that for scraps? I see. You reveal your true colors now, living the meme. To think I trusted you. Only frescoes. You know, I'm gonna start. My OnlyFans page will be only frescoes. Okay, that's what we'll do. For the low, low price of $9.95. Oh, thank you. Keep it fresco. I appreciate it, life. Yeah, I only do oil paints, so if you enjoy oils, this is the place for you. Otherwise, get the hell out of here. Oh, no. Mine's where I'm nude. I'm nude and I'm painting. All the weird angles, Comical Flop. All the weird angles. It's strictly pornographic. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I like Diva. It's, you know, I used to paint miniatures with acrylics, and I switched to oils, and I've never gone back. Yeah, it sounds like it doesn't sound like it. I know it's a good time. It definitely can be, Island Life Diva. I'm just gonna call you Diva. It definitely can be. There's elements of it that are, but you know, it's all what. If that stresses you out, then yeah, oils are probably not like the best option, but.
This place has class.
And thank you for the follow, Diva. If you have any questions, oh hi, Miss Napalm. If you have any questions, Diva, feel free to ask, and if I don't know it, I will make it up. That's my promise to you as a man with integrity. How are you, Miss Napalm? I was lurking on you yesterday, I believe it was yesterday. This I need to not covered out on. For OnlyFans, I'll paint my alien tentacles while being new. Yeah, see, that works, sugar. I'd pay money for that. Watching the C4 and oh yeah, no worries. Like I said, I'm an open book. So if you feel compelled to ask a question, by all means. If not, then just too dark. Balls. You're welcome. Open that up. Let's do red. Yeah, I was gonna say hi to you, Miss Napalm. I wasn't gonna mention that, but I was restricted until later. You had your reasons. I feel like this like reddish orange stuff is making some stuff pop. So as you can see, I really like to keep an organized palette and a clean brush. I think this is very important to good painting. So take notes, everybody. Notice how fast and how I'm not going over the same areas multiple times. Take notes. All right? Clean, organized palette. To me, it's just like, at least with how I paint, I want to try and get like slight variations in that, in like color at times. So there's like times where, yeah, I can keep like a pile and just like kind of keep it nice and orderly, but like it goes to shit real quickly. And notice my pretentious flourishes, all right? It's all really important, everybody. You can't see, but I'm also wearing a beret.
This place has
Also very important. Thank you, Days. Oh yeah, I need a smock, Diva. I've ruined so many clothes. Stunning. It's a valid point, Miss Napalm. I promise it's not out of laziness or indifference. I will make that promise with all the integrity I have. It finds a way, Napalm. It finds a way. And that quote was sponsored by Jeff Goldblum. I don't like how there's like controlled, like really concentrated areas of light as much. It's maybe better. I'm kind of drowning out some darks too. How do I make these darks? Don't be too dark, please. Is that too much? Is that too much? Don't know. Thank you, Diva. I personally find values to be the hardest. Than color, but I'm not. That's not implying that I think I'm good at color either. But I have problems seeing color quite a bit. So, but I'm trying to be a little bit more expressive with this one, and you know, I'm going through my Monet phase, as we all do, and no, but in reality, I just thought this was interesting, but I'm not going to be painting all this detail, so I have to figure out, though, how to balance these, like, very small, very tiny, like, value changes, but, like, a big way to get to also convey something being darker is to saturate it more. So there's like a lot like that I'm kind of going through, which I don't normally do. That's partly why I did this one, pick this reference. That's like too much. See, I've been like calling myself a coward on this a few times because nothing is like pushed that hard, but it's also the reference isn't pushed that hard. So it's like putting me in a weird spot where I'm like kind of comfortable with it, but I'm not at the same time. It's tough. It's a tough decision to make. So the real question is, will I have the cojones to paint how I think I should? Painting's tough, yo. Who would have thought it would have been this tough? I thought it was just gonna be easy. Thank you, Miss Napalm. No, I'm being self-deprecating, but like there's aspects of this that I do like, but there are things that like I feel are just kind of boring. But I can't really put my finger on it. Why it is that way. Yeah. It's one of those type feelings. And I don't know if it's a value reason or if it's a color reason. Let's try something. So means blue. So we're going to try a slightly different brush here. This is called a domed round brush. And we're going to try more manual, distinct strokes instead of like adding too much. There's a lot of like quick changes from like a brown undertone on this green to a blue. Manual, hello. Oh. Miss Napalm, if you go to !ref, it'll take you to a link where you can see it. I'm doing things. I can do things. Let's make random marks until it looks okay. Deal.
This place has class.
That's pretty severe looking, isn't it? I don't think that's necessarily wrong to go that high. So we'll do another experiment. Oh, thank you, Miss Napalm. It's like a little, like the reference is a little less, I'd say, saturated. I made mine a little bit more, I think, heavier on the color at times. But thank you. It's very kind. Looks like I need more blue. I think so. It's like an opportunity to do so. Considering how like Oh shit, I missed another follow. Bent Witchin. Thank you for the follow. And Hellcolts Maria. Okay, there we go. Hellcolts, hello. Wait. I can totally read everybody. I promise. Is that an I? Or is that just hello? It's Maria. Okay, yep. It's Ben. Okay. Sorry that I'm having my... I can totally read. I promise. It's definitely not something I've been struggling with my entire life. I promise that it's just people out sabotaging me. Oh, Ben Witchin. All right. Yeah. Or Ben. Ben Witchin. Ben T. Witchin. Thank you for joining me, too. Definitely a great reader. Definitely. And thank you for the follow. Ben Twitching. Oh. Alright. Well, you got me there. Well, thank you. I promise to do better. This is a terrible mark on my stellar reputation. Stellar reputation. Stellar. Why is everybody looking at me? I don't appreciate this judgment. I think I need to get him that value.
Hey, Sarah!
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea. Settle down. Okay. That is really not what I wanted. Too much white. Alright, that's the first time I've seen you use that one, and it was great. It was a great setup. I did not see that coming. Quesadilla. Be careful, Diva. It's dangerous in there. It's really dangerous in there. Just watch out, that's all I'm saying. Where's that color? Maybe I'm not using enough purple in there. There's that one really strong purple. I'll say pink, actually. I don't know if this is really needed. But I feel like I need some more like visual interest over here. Down. Remember to always be pretentious when you flourish. Always. Very important. See, I feel like a lot of these marks are just like too severe, but maybe I just made everything too dark. Alright, have a good one, Comical. Good luck in there. Good luck indeed. Maybe it's because like there's just so much like dark I put over there that everything just stands out. So we're at the phase of the stream where I start talking to myself. As you can see, I have a very healthy relationship with myself. It's very exciting, along with the speed painting. Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough, Miss Napalm. Especially, like, I'm not measuring values that much here. But a lot of this stuff is dark, so when it creeps light... So I have a feeling that a lot of the stuff I'm doing is creeping too light. But, like, I'm still not making stuff too light. So that means stuff is just, yeah, too dark. Painting is so easy. Who would have thought it was this easy? Yes, I'm just fucking up mixing all this color. Oh hell no, this shit's stressful. I love it, but it's like playing like a really intense video game to me. That's what that's like how my mind works. It's like I'm trying to consider a lot of technical stuff. I'm painting. Yeah, you're mixing color, you're trying to think about the value, you're trying to do a lot of different things simultaneously. Contrast, making bad brush strokes like that. There's a lot. people. Wait, hold on. Speaking of intense video game, I was watching StarCraft on Twitch display is getting higher than. Really? Holy shit. How much Adderall are they on? I can't say that I've ever had a painting like that, Miss Napalm. I don't know. I've had paintings I'm more satisfied with, but nothing where I was just like, yeah, I fucking nailed this. All the Adderall, yeah. There's just no way that they're not on obscene amount of Adderall. Let's go back to this for something. Be a little bit more controlled on this. Let's think about our brush strokes. That's like how many mouse clicks you do in a minute. So like how many, it's actions per minute, I believe it stands for. So in StarCraft, what it is, it's called an RTS game, right? RTS? Something like that. Where you control units and like are making like decisions in game. So a big part of that is like combat. And generally like, it's a big edge if you can do that faster and control your units with more accuracy. Alright, wait, Tiff Dust, I read it. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. It's her idea. Well, it's about making like a lot of becoming good or becoming an expert at something really revolves around getting the difficult or getting the basics down to where they're second nature. So what they're thinking about is not the basic stuff that we would be thinking about when we play StarCraft, but thinking about longer term strategy, right? Just kind of like chess too. So, I heard a good this. The reason I bring that up is because I heard his name is something Ingebretson. He has a YouTube channel about oil painting, and he basically answers questions on art history and things along those lines. Yeah. And he brought up an interesting point that has kind of stayed with me for a bit. And he was reading off some of these comments where it's well, yeah, it's well, if you know, painting with perfect values and painting with perfect colors is really difficult. It's mentally draining. And he's I would challenge this, that he's if you're, trying to get better at painting, you have to paint so much and practice it so much where getting your values correct and getting your colors correct is second nature, where now you don't need to think about those types of things, right? And so it's at least with how I want to approach painting, it's yeah, that makes a lot of sense. My biggest concern, instead of even composition or drawing or anything like that, should be about getting accurate colors and accurate values. Because that's the stuff that will make me improve a lot more once I get those to where it's I could see it, I could do it, and it's now become a part of me as a painter. And that made a lot of sense to me. Because then I can, like, once I, like, really get down that process, I can worry about the other shit. But it's easy, you know, easier said than done, right? Because it's not a fast it's not like, I don't know, your average Joe Schmo can be like, oh, I'm gonna just, I'll paint for like half a year and then I'll get it down. It's like, no. Some people never get it down. Very much so. I mean, it is, like, you could argue it's like a reductive thing for him to say, but, like, I don't think John Singer Sargent, even though he had his methodology for painting that was, like, ensured that his, like, values and colors were perfect, right? But I'm sure that's not, like, when he was, like, you know, creating his masterpieces, he wasn't overtly concerned with, like, hitting values and colors, right? But for me, when I'm picking out something to paint, I'm only thinking about values and colors. And so, like, it opens up a different world, right? Like, it... These are a few of my favorite things. God, I got lovely pipes. You better watch out when I start singing. Thank you, Dia. So, yeah, like I said, remember, most important thing about painting is that keep on doing the same thing over and over again until you're not happy with it. Very important. Very important part of this process. So important. I really like whenever I add red, like a red or orange to this. It just looks better to me. So maybe I've just been going too green, like there's just too much blue in a lot of this. Definitely could be it. Definitely could. It could be that I'm getting fooled by my own reference, and like because I'm not measuring, I'm like putting too much blue in a lot of this, and that's why I'm not happy with it. Because this is so, all up here is so warm that it's gonna skew how I see all this shit. So it's like the temperatures get thrown off a bit. Don't remind me of my failures. I have no idea what you could possibly be talking about at all, Theo. Alright? There's no way. She's a real one. Let's see. Yep, I agree. I mean, it's made me like think about a lot with regards to like how I, being serious, how I look and think about color and color relationships. So right here, I feel like I need more magenta-y. The question is, I've tried it a few times, but I haven't found the value that I like. But I also need to be careful about its saturation. Blue is not what's at there. Yeah, thanks, Miss Napalm. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You have a wonderful night. Or else. Have a wonderful night. That's my favorite threat. I'm sure it's not getting old. I think that was a good change of color there. I should probably take a break. Probably be a good idea. I'll do these last thing and I'll take a break. Okay. Good time to step back and reevaluate. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Ads are in 5 minutes. All right, so let's take a quick break. with a message from our sponsors. All right, 5 minutes. Ads are starting in approximately 4. 1, 2, 3, break! Oh, I'm totally not here. Say what you want to say, Painty. Fair. Alright, fine. We'll see. Thank you, Painty.
Place has class.
You got a lot going on in this one. And I'm trying to make it a little bit more interesting than the reference. Dia's here. You gotta be on your best behavior, Painty. Best behavior. Dia has an itchy trigger finger. Maybe this is why I've been like having some issues. She's the best in the biz. Remember to mix your paints. Oh, nice. That's always good. What I don't like about what I just did there is that, like, I put a really desaturated color down there. So let's keep it bright, but let's make it more saturated. That's better. Except that there's... I made that same mistake 3 times in a row. I could definitely see that. I mean, it's just like what gets your creative mojo going, right? I guess not even creative. What gets you in the mindset that you're like... I mean, everybody has those things, right? But what things are... put you in that similar mind, state of mind? Yeah, yeah. I think that's a good analogy for it. It definitely can. Art by Pale Horse. Oh, hey, Pale Horse. Thank you for the raid. Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. I was watching him do a drawing of Brandon Lee from The Crow the other day. Super good. What's up, Pale Horse? Hope you are well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Stay away from white.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day.
How was your stream? If you want to post your links and stuff, go for it. Please do. There's a few new ones, Diz. Especially for this stream. There's other new ones. Yep. I also added a few of my alert sounds finally. What'd you work on today, Pale Horse? It's finally all coming together, Days. Too bright. Oh, awesome. Yeah, like I said, feel free to share share your work, post your gram. Cause I'm hip like that. I say gram. Excellent. God. I used to love The Simpsons growing up. That might be a little aggressive. Thank you, Pale Horse. We are right now in a sea of grass, trying to figure this out. It is. I mean, it definitely was. I mean, it is and was. I fell off of it, unfortunately. But the movie was really entertaining, too. I love, yeah, purple and orange are probably my two favorite colors overall. Krusty was great, Days. Oh, thank you, Soul Seeker. Soul Seeker Olga. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you for the raid again, Pale Horse. Really kind. Well, it was a great corporate parody, right? He was a great character to, for that parody. I think that was beneficial. Oh yeah, I mean, well, they were like they had some, you know, they had writers that really understand the, I guess, the emotional nature of their shows. Thank you, Art. I mean, Pale Horse. Good. Hopefully, I'll end early enough one day where I can show you the same kindness. But also, you know, I enjoyed your stream. I'll be stopping by there a lot more. And I suggest anybody who's in here who's not familiar, check him out. He's a great drawer. And he draws a lot. So I highly recommend you stopping by. Or else. Alright, now that we got the thread out of the way. I just paint over it, Diz. My big, that's what I prefer doing. Oh, Honeybee. Nice to see you. Thank you, Honeybee. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, Days. I'll paint. I'll keep on painting over it, and if I have too much paint, I'll take one of these bad boys and just. Oh, that does sound really good, Honeybee. I'm a little bit jealous. You could also use your finger, like so. We call that the magic finger eraser. All right. What the I was waiting for that, Honeybee. Hey. Well, thank you, Honeybee. I appreciate it. You are always welcome here. And that makeup looked fantastic, by the way. Great contouring. Yeah, it was cool. On my last break, I saw it. Very much so, Days. I like to give off a threatening yet peaceful aura. That's what I go for. So nobody betray me. It's a start, right? Yeah. No, I think it was or else. Thank you, Days. No, I thought it was a great start. I mean, makeup's not easy either. Like, this is the laziest of lawnmowers in Maine. Thank you, Biggs. Oh, yeah. You're right, Days. All right, I got things to think about. Or else. I'll figure it out. Painty. I'll allow it. I'll allow it because I liked it. I wish I was clever enough to say that in the moment. Exactly. I need like a... I think I need a clear like thinking or pondering one. So that one people use a lot. Yeah, see, I need my version of that. So I need to do a painting of somebody thinking. But I do also need an or else one. Or else. It's such a stupid thread. I love it so much. I do. I could do another Rudy. I could do a thinking, smoking skeleton. Ooh, I might have to do that one. I might have to do another iteration of Rudy. Like him in like, you know, just like the thinking motion with like a cigarette in his mouth. That could work. It could work. Could work. I was talking about using impasto medium, but now I don't know if I kind of want to still try it though. Impasto medium could be cool. Yeah, I can walk you through it. It's $10 a month is what I pay for it. So like I'm happy to create some things for you. But if you're curious, like I said, I could give you an idea of how it works. It's interesting. Like I said, I've used it to create a references, but that's what I've used it for. And I think it has value there, at least for inspiration, or just giving you something to paint that might be more interesting. Yeah. I think that's like the most ethical way to do it. I do have ethical issues with like claiming that work as your own, but it's still like if you treat it like a tool that we use to improve ourselves, improve our painting, or improve our process, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just waiting for Painty to call me a hack. So this is a little overdone, but we'll figure that out. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that very much so. Yep. So don't, once you get into it, Days, don't start posting that, share your work, and just posting all these AI stuff. I know, neither do I. People are free to, people are obviously, free to use it, but I'd like to keep my area to be traditional. You're always a troublemaker. You're always causing trouble. But that's why you fit in. It is and it isn't.
These are a few of my...
So it's really terrifying for, like, in my opinion, like corporate reasons and how businesses will try and abuse that and basically shut out portions of industry. But for the advancements it can make, can be pretty important, like especially to areas that need technological involvement for low cost, like climate change stuff, or like cancer research, right? So there's areas that it can be applied that it's like, it could be the best thing that's ever happened to it, right? But we have seen a pattern of it being used for shitty things first. And that's like the disappointing part of it. So yeah, and terrifying, I would absolutely agree with you on. These are a few of my favorite things. Yep. I mean, that's why it's like people are just waiting till it can make porn for themselves, Like that's perverts are the main main users of the technology. But as somebody who does like computer programming and stuff, there's a huge benefit already for computer programming. See, that just stands out. my personal Batman. Oh, I completely agree. That's like the unfortunate. That's a really unfortunate and unethical way it's being used. Completely agree. Yep. So that's the thing, right? If used ethically and responsibly, it's probably one of the greatest technological achievements of mankind. But the fact of the matter is the first wave of it is going to be, porn and like people trying to make money off of it, and then corporations trying to adapt it early so they can not pay people. Fucking fuckers. Fuck the fucking fuckers. As Dia has profoundly said. Yep. No, we woke her up when we said perverts. You'll learn this, Diz. D is one of the fun kind of perverts. Yep. Well, I mean, that's exactly what it is.
Lovely.
I will say one, like, interesting point in all this, though, Daz, or Daze, is that, you know, people used to think that not painting from your imagination was cheating, like using a reference at all was cheating in art. Now, that was, like, you know, I think hundreds of years ago. Like, they were saying that if you had a sitter, that it was, you know, cheating, or however you want to say it. Now, granted, that's a lot different. But you know, overall though, like I said, we're on the same page. It's frustrating how it's being used. Very frustrating how it's being used. Yeah, it definitely is. No worries, dear. As you should. It's also good to be aware, like, of modern ethical issues, especially something pertaining to stuff that's relevant to you, right? So you can develop, like, a healthy idea on, you know, how you want to proceed about the issue and discuss the issue, right? That's also very important to, you know, in a personal aspect. An email from some ebook things. Yeah. None so far. Nothing major. I'm just like, I've been going over certain parts like a good amount, but I'm trying to just work it in like ways that I think make it more interesting. One thing I think I messed up on is that I think I introduced too much blue into a lot of these areas. That was too much contrast. Was also just like empirically not correct to do in this painting. But yeah, overall, I think it's decent. Well, I mean, I think they'd have to get a lot better, but unfortunately, there's going to be like a non-union most likely based like TV network, or they're just gonna like actually just pull the plug on all the unions and stuff like that and be shitheads. And then it's the question is, will people actually dislike it enough? Because, yeah, I mean, like, the fact of the matter is there's been plenty of TV shows, at least in my opinion, that would probably be similar quality already to what AI could generate. And there will always be people to act in those, regardless of, like, you know, like companies can offer just a Joe Schmo, the job, and they'll just be like, we don't care that you're shitty or you're not as good as another. That's like the dystopian reality of it that I hope doesn't come true, but I mean, we don't really have a reason to like believe the ethics of corporate entities, which is the sad part of it. Yeah. And you can't really fault those people, but it's just like, you know, the real question is, will people really stop watching it or consuming, the media? Because we're like already at kind of like media saturation to a certain extent. So like people are still watching. So one's the question is like where there's so much that people just stop giving a shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good I'd say that's a pretty good analogy for it. I mean, conceptually, it's a terrifying film. I watched that in college theology, actually, for the first time. And our teacher forgot about the full frontal in it. Possibly. So that's why you all should buy mine while it's cheap. It's a great movie. Granted, this was in college, but it was a theology class. So our teacher just forgot that there was just straight up full frontal in that. But we still watched it, so it wasn't that big of a prude. But he clearly forgot about it. Either way, you're a good deal. No, yeah, that one was in a college theology class. I had to take 2 theology classes as part of my core curriculum. I don't know if I need to do a light tone here or a darker tone here. So we're going to try dark first. worries, Days. Hopefully I can get you some things tonight, but it will most likely be tomorrow if you don't come back for generating some references for you. But what I'll do is I'll create some examples and I'll send them over your way, so you could see what I did and what results I got out of it, so that could inform you on maybe ways you can go about it. Fair enough. Yeah, no, but it's always good to get a head start about it. Plus, it's interesting and fun. Yeah. Or else. It's pretty severe. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Do I leave that as is? There's one thing I wanted to do. That's probably too dark. Let's not make this. Remember, may your flourishes be pretentious. I feel like I'm breathing loud. That might have not been what I wanted, but we'll see. When did I take my last break? Okay. Let's do a couple more things and maybe take another quick break, and then we'll do the sky. Thank you, Painty. For once. Okay. Keep dancing. Here. I have like a void of things that are not very interesting here. So let's try something.
Okay, people, take a break. We gotta shut down.
Thank you, Dia. Much appreciated. Gotta do it now, Painty. Contractually obligated. Ooh. Okay. Much appreciated. I noticed that my ass was hurting. I'm like, I should say that again. Let's restart this too. Okay. All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. And yeah, I'll see you when I get back.
This place has class.
Thank you for the follow, Art with Paul. Thank you very much. What the hell are you talking about, Patey? Take a gander at the moccasins. What's that writing mean? EK. What are these moccasins you speak of? Okay. Haven't seen it. Oh, my paper towels. Don't what the fuck me. You don't have the balls, Painty.
What the fuck is that?
Good use. As it was intended. That's two. I mean, you know, I've seen the first one. I haven't seen 2 and 3. And yes, they are. The first one is great. But you can blame my family for that one. I'm all ears. Yeah. Well, am a Doctor Who fan, so I'm familiar with the concept of issues with time travel, at least by TV show standards. don't like those dark tones that much. I watched the newer ones. If that makes more sense to you, Doubt. Love the new ones. The newer ones, the one with like Eccleston, Matt Smith, Christopher Tennant. Granted, I'm a little behind on them at the moment. Yeah, I enjoyed the. You know, some might find that a controversial take as far as Doctor Who goes. But yeah, I enjoyed the Matt Smith episodes quite a bit. I like the dark tone of it. I specifically like the end of Tennant's run. Thank you so much, Dia. And just so you know, your painting is not yours is next. But no one covers how the duplicate one comes to exist or created by. All right, so what is that? I mean, I think isn't that just like you chalk it up to movie magic? Thank you, Dia. It's always fun when you're here. I appreciate it. Yep, no, I've seen that one. I actually like that special. The next stream, so I can't do Friday. I would normally be doing Friday, but I have a dinner planned with some friends. So Saturday tentatively, but we're celebrating my sister's birthday this week in it might carry over to Saturday night. Well, thank you. And so if we might do Saturday night as well. So if we don't do Saturday night, it'll be Saturday night. If at the latest Sunday is the next stream. So unfortunately, a little bit of a extra break in between streams, which we will blame on Painty. Okay, yes, it would annoy me too, Painty, as well. However, the concept of time travel itself, yeah. So I'll post it in my Instagram as well. Not Instagram, Discord. Have a wonderful night, Dia. Get some good rest. Careful in there, Dia. Careful. But Painty, so time travel in itself is kind of a impossibility to begin with. At least in the concept of those movies. So we're already suspending disbelief. So my contention would be that would you be satisfied if they just made something up as well? Because we're already suspending disbelief in the context of going along with the plot line. don't get me wrong, I'm a nerd too, all right? I know I get pissed off about things as well. Time travel is not one of them because it's such like, we're already suspending so much. Okay. But would you really be satisfied with that? I mean, think about how it seems like it's an ongoing thing, right? So think about it, right? And I'll trust you if you say so. But if they just said in a passing line that, the duplicates, something happens to the duplicates that automatically takes care of it, like they give a reason, right? Whether it's scientific or not. Okay. Would you really be satisfied with that? Because I have a feeling there'd be a contingent of you that wouldn't be satisfied with that explanation regardless. But I'll believe you if you say you'd be fine with it. Ow, fuck, balls. I understand that, but there would be a lot of people who would not be satisfied with that, right? So I'm also supplanting you with other people in the context of my argument, which might be unfair. But I think it's worth reflecting on. Okay. Love Terry Gilliam. And that would satisfy you? Because I am talking in the context of what would satisfy your nerd rage. But see, like that's the problem I would run into, is that there is not really anything scientific. It's always going to be made up. So I got a lot of nerd rage. Don't worry, you've met your match of a nerd. I can sympathize. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say it wouldn't bother me, but it's one of those things of picking my battles. Here, wait. Let me torture you a little bit longer. The joys of parenthood. This might matter. Exactly, a painting. You have to do this for me. Oh shit. You will listen. Three hours later, you find out that your kid inherited your stubbornness. Yep. That's the amazing thing and awful things about kids, right? As if you have problems with yourself, you might have you might be asking for your own can of worms, right? At least those are the ones you notice, Painty. And it also depends if you're a narcissist or not. Excuse me. Alright, I need to stop playing around with this area. And as I say that, I want to do one more thing. Alright, let's do the sky, yo. I am so cool. Hold on. Keep on saying that. Just keep on saying it. But I'm a dirty liar. I'm trying to get some abstraction in here that like you know, I think will add to it. Because the problem I'm having is I think my colors are, well, see, the thing is the reference is so similar. Thank you, Flynn. And we're not done yet. We aren't done yet. We still got a solid 12 hours left. Solid 12 hours left. No worries. God, how's that? When I see that, I feel like a broken record. This is so good. Thank you, Greenbag. I appreciate that. You think you can leave? You obviously haven't seen the agreements you've all signed. That were definitely not forged by me. Not at all. Yeah, no. You didn't. I just forged your Herbie Hancock. Thank you, Painty. Leave? Preposterous. I do think I'm overworking this, though. But I should just move on to the sky and forget about this. And the thing is, Flynn, he does it for fun. Maybe days. I think you found your new favorite emote. Fair enough, Flynn. I hope you have a wonderful night. Well, that's good days. About 20 minutes to half hour ago. And thank you for the reminder. But yeah, I did do that fairly recently. Okay. Alright, time to finish this sky. I said that a second ago, but I really mean it this time. I really do. I'm definitely not lying. Definitely not me. Not a liar. I couldn't possibly go back to that bush again. We're going to put out a little bit more quinacridone magenta, but I don't think I'm going to need to re-up anything else. All right. It's a useful color specifically for pinks, because if I just mix this with white, I get a really vibrant pink. It also works really well for violets, is when I use it the most. But obviously there's colors that kind of have a magenta tone, like this one does across it all. It's not bad. It's not a terrible replacement for Alizarin Crimson, because Alizarin Crimson leans towards blue. I personally stay away from Alizarin Crimson because it has light fast inconsistencies. So that's a personal reason why I do. But some people might argue with me about that, but there's been some recent developments on that. But in the context I use it, Alizarin Crimson wouldn't have light fast issues. But do not glaze with Alizarin Crimson, at least until we find out more information. I guess I'll need more white. Feel like this is too yellow. Yeah, so, alright. Bob Ross's palette is fine. It's a lot of strong, it's a lot of vibrant colors. It benefits you if you understand what transparent colors do for you and what benefit they give you. Yeah. But, frankly, he has a lot of redundant colors. You don't need phthalo green and phthalo blue on the same palette ever, in my opinion. I think you can make the same argument for having any strong blue-green, like Viridian, with phthalo blue on your palette, as long as you have a yellow. I will force you to learn from me. But yeah, it's there's a lot going on there. Okay, I also wanted to try using we're gonna try Impasto Medium. So who's excited for Impasto Medium, everybody? Impasto Medium, okay? This is linseed oil, chalk, and barite. Okay. It does not really change the color. Okay. Rublev recommends you use these for glazing, if you're into glazing. But it's transparent. Maybe a touch more. Pasta time. Now the question is, maybe a little bit more white. Maybe a touch more white. Sap green is actually, well, sap green is a warm green, so it leans more towards red than it does towards blue, where phthalo green is a very, like, there's no red in. So, like, yes, you can get close, but you have to overload it with blue to such an extent that, okay. We're going to see how this goes. I'd like to use a palette, but this is a pretty severe jump. So maybe, hold on. Let's do one other thing first. Yeah, that would be my suspicion on what you did, because sap green, like I said, sap green is a very warm green, and phthalo green is so cool. Like, I've measured a phthalo green with my color reader, and it's almost, I think there was no red in it. Made this a lot darker. Okay. I think I'm at a similar hue. I just need a lot more white. Touch more white, but we'll segment some of this off. Get some impasto medium in there. Okay. So I'm going to try and do a lot of this with the spatula, just for added, like, I guess added textural component. It makes you look at a lot of things differently, frankly. Like, in my opinion, it makes me look like I'll start noticing that I'm kind of like drifting off into like the colors of like, at least in the context of portraits, that it makes me think about somebody's face and like and what colors are on their face. So maybe that's creepy. Who knows? I've noticed that though about certain habits. Don't rub off that paint. So remember to keep your flourishes very pretentious is the key. So hold this in like a fancy way that confuses people. It makes them think that your technique is correct, right? Very important for this process. It's all about confusing the observer. Oh yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, good idea. Good idea. All right. All right, pinky's out. Look at how good I am. I'm so good at this. I am an expert. You should listen to what I say and throw praise at me. I've done that before too. Pinky's out. Perfect. I have finally, the brainwashing is complete. I kind of like this darker area here. Trust me, I am an engineer. You should believe everything I say. Don't question it. I wish I had more of this darker color now. Let's mix some more. 100% certified. I actually don't mind this color for some things. We're not going to do a full mix. Let's get some pasta in there. Let's get some of this pasta in here. Earth is flat. Are you okay saying what field of engineering? I have a degree in mechanical engineering. Is what my degree is in. I've worked in the aerospace industry. I've worked in mechanical. It's not mechanical. So I have a degree in mechanical engineering. I worked in aerospace, medical, laundry detergent. I've worked for companies that do all that. I've worked for, and now I'm getting into programming. Yeah, I've worked for a company that did CNC manufacturing for like military aerospace, which I did not. I have ethical issues with, but I didn't know it was to the amount that it was. So I worked on like manufacturing of parts that went on military aircraft for a period of time. See, this needs like way more blue. I shouldn't have added orange to this. No, I need white again. What's up, Gug? Nice to see you again, bud. And sure, anytime, Gug. Just get in line with the rest of them. Thank you, Gug. Maybe doubt. I've been very much in manufacturing. That's where my strengths go, but I very much want to transition into programming. Oh, is that when they had a contest like thing where like they were gonna like give somebody a jet? I should put some of this off to the side. What a waste. Maybe too purple. Now I need more red. That's probably closer. Yeah, I could use this. Yeah, HVAC has some interesting too. I actually recently interviewed with a company that did HVAC. They made compressors, but I did not get that job. Thanks, Gug. Really appreciate it. And you are welcome anytime, unlike Painty McPaintface. Is that too bright? That might be too bright. But thanks for stopping by, man. Well, of course I do. You're my nemesis. But that doesn't mean I have to admit it. Let's go back here. Is that just way too blue for what I've been doing here? I should have checked this better. Anytime, anywhere, Gug. We really have. I would have thought I wanted more orange in this. Okay. I don't know if I like that. Don't scrape it. I think I need to change how I scrape this a little bit because it's getting like very left right, which I think is going to take away. Sorry, this badly. Do you intend to try and faithfully replicate the clouds or impressionist approach? More impressionist. I'm not gonna be like I'm gonna get the highlights in and I'm gonna use the colors, but I'm not gonna like try and match. I'm not gonna like try and like be like, oh, I really gotta hit it. I need to change that a little bit. I don't know if these lighter tones work. Let's see. Let's bring that. Ooh. Mix your paints. Mix your paints. You know, it's one of those things that it's like I already gave up on trying to like faithfully hold it over here. God, now that I'm looking at that ground, it's so cool. As in like the temperature of the paint. I don't know. I'm looking at this and now I'm like questioning how cold I made it. Balls. I agree with that, Dow. It's a little bit, I'll say, you know, reflecting on it, it can be a little one note with regards to like the sky being so vibrant. But then again, there's been plenty of great pieces without that. Right? So it's like bringing back up what I originally talked about, right? Most of Monet's stuff doesn't involve people, right? And you can argue that a lot of his stuff doesn't have said story. So what interest can bring us there, right? So let's see. Question is, do I just leave that? Yeah. No, and I'm not taking that as criticism or anything, but it's something to like think about, right? When you're looking at something. Because I'll tell you this, a lot of my favorite paintings, like John Singer Sargent stuff, really has no like story to it, right? It's a portrait. And some, you know, there's you can argue personality and the personality of the sitter, but there's no like overarching overarching story, in my opinion, for a lot of his stuff. And I think that's why he stopped doing it. But nonetheless, there are some things just based on the beauty of it, and some things that are just are, you know, more based on story. Did I just touch paint? You know, it's, but if that's what you want, there's no issue with that either. And that's not me trying to, like, lecture you, even though I guess I was lecturing you. But, like, there's, sometimes it's nice to just sit back and let it do whatever you want with it, you know? And sometimes there is something to be, you know, more. I would like to execute that one a little bit better.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day!
Hi, Biggs. Thanks, Biggs. You're trying to get it there. Thank you. You got a lot going on. There's a lot of complicated aspects to this. At least in the sky here. Well, I struggled here, and now I'm seeing this, and it just needs to get more. It's like so. I might have to redo part of that. But thank you. Yeah, I'm happy with the sky though overall.
Badly.
Hey, Ice Shark. Nice of you to join us. Oh yeah, I want to take care of some of this. Well, I am jealous. Hi, Meeksy. Thank you very much. Canadian moment. Thanks for stopping by. How are you today? Stop going left to right, dude. Oh, nice. So take it easy. Well, thank you for joining me. It's always a pleasure. And for anybody in here, Meeksy streams as well. She does a lot of interesting work, and she does oil painting as well. Highly suggest it. Or else. But very good stream, very fun. Good vibes, good painting. She just needs to learn how to varnish her paintings. You're welcome. Or else what, iShark? Come to find out. I dare ya.
Okay, Kyle, you're being negative, Nancy.
I'm really close to starting to overwork what I intended. Maybe it's too orange. That's like too saturated for up there. It adds more down here where it's warmer. I do have to remember that less is more. Might be overdoing it with this like super saturated color. Don't want to lose that contrast. They can be. They definitely can be.
This place has class.
There's just a weird color balance going on here that I'm trying to like play in between. That might have overdone it a little bit. We'll see. Kind of don't like how this is turning out. Something about this just bothers me. I think I know why. I think that's what it was. Sorry for the scraping noises. That might have been bad. Fuck. This makes me kind of want to do an entire painting with a spatula, just so if when I want this skill, I have it. I gotta be careful about overdoing this. That color doesn't work. Fuck. Interesting. Which one did you do, Minxie? This is my first time, like, doing this much of it with it. I think I see some issues. Oh, wow. I think that's a cool exercise. You know, it exposes if you have a liking for it. Alright, Iron to Toby? I missed that. I really apologize. I'm in the zone to Toby. Thank you for the follow. My bad. Well, that's disappointing, Meeksy. I was expecting you to just show me 110 of these things. See like a stronger bit here. So have I ruined this? Maybe. Up for debate. The thing is, now that like this is so warm and like I do not like this area down here. Yeah, it does take a bit of paint. I just went through a lot. Let's work this back a little bit. Let's revisit the area that I think is garbage now. God, is it supposed to look that desaturated? Honest opinions. But remember, I love praise. Honest opinions on This area, does the color look wonky? Remember, praise. But honesty. Does the color with the, like, the grass area look really wonky now that the sky is in? Sorry, I'm standing a few feet back that I normally do. So should I destroy it, Meeksy? Should we just burn it with fire? And I'll disappear. No burn? Okay, alright. Hey, I'm throwing out all the options here, okay? I think I know what I could do. I have to explore all my options, Mincy. Gotta explore it. Maybe it's because I don't have perspective, or I lost perspective. Fuck. I need a little bit more yellow. By the way, if you like my paints, Jerry's Artorama was running a sale on my paint colors for like usually about $20 off of what they normally are. Still expensive though. I'm playing around with this now too much. There's so much temperature contrast between this and this. But it is kind of like that desaturated. Let's add it over here too. Maybe it's that stuff. There's just like a lot of one note aspects to this. Am I overworking this? Yes. So I'm going to do one more thing. Just to prove my hypocrisy. Let's just do. This looks like a mess too. I know I said I'm playing around with it too much, but shut up! I know you all are judging me. I'm not crazy. I'm just a liar. think I've settled down about this. I think it works enough. I made this warmer and a tad brighter to add to this transition so it wasn't so severe. And I added some warm notes to that pink grass. But I think we're going to leave it as this. Let's clean up the palette. Fuck with that. All right. So tell me what's wrong with it after I clean up all this up. That's important. Wasted a lot of burn on it. That's fine. I wanted to use up that tube. All right, so it's all clean, so tell me everything that's wrong with it now. Go. All right. All right, anybody got any raid suggestions? I should clean that up too. Okay. So 8 hours, not bad. Mostly happy with it. We'll see what I think tomorrow. Okay. Let's figure out somebody to raid. All right, Mama Tox is still on, so we're gonna raid her. She's playing Fall Guys, but she might be doing art later. So we're gonna raid her. So if anybody's still there, thank you. And yeah, have a wonderful night. Or else. Thanks, Meeksy. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you on your next stream. Yeah. Have a wonderful night, everybody. We're going to start this raid. Mama Talks. Thank you.